G'day, you dunce. How you doing, Jupers? How you doing, Rive? What up, Ferg? Patrick coming in second. How are we all? Are you having a fantastic day? Did you have a fantastic day yesterday if you're in Australia? Or anywhere that's in a time zone kind of like Australia? I think we're good. What up, David? Yes, Merry Geduntmas to all. And to all the Gedunting. I like how I can pay to make you learn why I feel it's kind of scam redeem. Oh, the German Swedish one. Right. Yep. It ain't a scam, Redeem. It's only a scam if you don't enjoy it. Actually, even then it's not a scam. It's just, yeah, a bad Redeem. Just wanted to say hi now, bye. Bye, Patrick. Have fun. It's Boxing Day for me, so if there's any good Boxing Day deals on Amazon, please let me know. G'day, David. How are we all? Alright. I think we're good. Get this underway, shall we? We're going to be working on the overlay today. Like, all day today is just going to be overlay work. Nothing else. We'll get back into Bobble Shop Sim tomorrow. Maybe there'll be some, what do you call it? I need coffee. Maybe there'll be some Raspberry Pi work. Yeah. Getting Raspberry Pi set up to store a database for our credits and our chatter of the day and our first, second, third late redeems, all that kind of stuff. Let's have a look at this first. So Tech Bro. Movie exec. Stoner and Valley Girl. Things that people can be. I'm assuming it's not Stoner. Surfer. Things that live in California. California-based character tropes. There you go. No one can say that I'm bad for that now. Forest. Black Forest, Black Friday, Black Widow. Yeah. What else is there? Stoner. Buddy. Oh, hang on. Screwball is the name of a song. Chicago is the name of a song. Journey's the name of a song. Stoner the name of a song? No. Damn it. Damn it. I don't know these last ones. Stoner Buddy Cringe Journey. One away. What were they? Comedy subgenres. Ah. That's one thing I'm trying to figure out at the moment. Is I want to do something with the chat window. I think the easiest thing. What up, games? Overlay work? I might be interested. What up, Sammy? Merry Christmas, you get done? No, Sammy. Around here, it's Merry Geduntmas. What's going on, Twig? How are you doing? So yeah, what we're doing today, everyone, we're focusing on our overlay. I want to come up with what we're doing with the chat window, first of all. How are we going to position it and such? Because to get all three chats, I think I'm going to need to do something where I like have oh my god, what is it? It has like a something that it sits inside of. Like an object in the 3D scene that it sits inside of. Kind of like how Johnny Cage has his on a TV. Like an old TV kind of thing. Like that kind of embedded world sort of thing. I want to start getting to that point. Added auto playlist to my music bot. I don't know if I like it. What do you mean auto playlist? It automatically adds a song to your playlist? You do overlay in Godot. How is it rendered by OBS then? So I have the overlay running as an application, and then I just do a screen capture of the overlay. And then underneath that, in the order of sources, I have the display. So everything you see here is a display. Actually, I can do this. There it is. Then you see I've got this here. This is my overlay. And then down here is the like all of the display, like all this stuff that you see. So yeah. That is all it is. Yep. And then I've got some toggles. I've got some toggles inside the overlay. So I can switch to the main view. And then you see everything in the overlay. I can be over onto the right side of the screen instead of the other side, you know? I can turn off my projection effect so that you just see me as a floating head with no projection. Yeah. It's all controlled from this little control panel that I've got. Yeah. But the first thing I want to do, let's go into here. For chat, when we create, well, we've got the rich text label. If I do chat message, how can I add a shadow? It adds songs to the playlist that's in the same genre. It's weird with you on the right side of the screen. I think the only reason I have the right side of the screen thing there is because sometimes games have important information in this corner and not in the other corner. So this way I can like move myself to the other side and you can like see that important info. Sorting out times to go to the beach and rest. Oh, why go to the beach and rest when you can rest here? I just want to see your floating head. Have you heard of strudel? I have heard of strudel. I have eaten Apfelstrudel. Apfelstrudel is delicious. Sorry. Apfelstrudel ist sehr lecker. Rich text label. Text shadow. I want to add like a drop shadow or something to the text. It's a way to program music. Strudel is a way to program music. Interesting. Have you considered to use the leaderboard API from Steamworks to store that data that you've commented? My overlay, I don't want it to be connected to Steam at all. I want it to be completely disconnected. So it doesn't exist in Steam. It doesn't have the Steam API or anything like that because it's not something that I'm ever going to put up on Steam or integrate with Steam or anything like that. And there's a lot of other stuff that I want to store as well. So it's not just storing chatter of the day stuff, which would be a leaderboard, but it's also storing first, second, third, and last, and how many times throughout the year someone has redeemed each of those. So that at the end of the year, I can be like, this person was first most times. This person was the most late. You know, that type of thing. And then there's also the credits. Yeah. I was thinking about your game. Maybe I misunderstood that. Oh yeah, we're not doing game work today. Yeah, we're not touching the game today. The game's not going to have any leaderboard at all. Maybe it's a text effect. Maybe. Go to Google and search Strudel Music Programming. Strudel Music Programming. I swear to God, if the first thing that comes up is someone using a strudel as like a breadboard. If you unravel your DNA into a single strand, it would reach Pluto and back 13 times. Not my DNA. Not mine. I mean, maybe it would, but considering I'm just a floating head and hands, I feel like I have less DNA than others. Yeah. How are you doing, mate? I've obviously been to Strudelreppel before. Oh, yeah. I've seen this. Yep. 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 I've seen this before. I think this is very cool. I think this is very, very cool. Trying to implement it into love. I do kind of want to tinker with this a lot and see if I can create, like, combat music or something. Not for Bobble Shop Sim, but for, like, future games. Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. Beach is fun because I like surfing and boogie boarding. Boogie boarding! Nice. Just when you go to the beach, be aware of stonefish. Okay. Okay, stonefish are bad, okay. I just need to get this set up. I forgot to set this up earlier. There we go. Done. So I don't have to have music on my game. It can be generated in the game. Having it generated in the game. What do you mean generated in the game? Is it going to be like predefined things that are executed in the game? So what I'm trying to do at the moment, that window you see up there with all the chat messages and whatnot, I want the text in there to have a shadow. I don't want an outline. I think it's drop cap. Maybe it's a BB code. Based on how the user has their settings, it makes custom soundtrack per user. That would be interesting. That would be interesting, but it would probably also confuse me, so I don't... Yeah, I don't want my brain to ponder that. What's the drop shadow, or drop cap? Use a different font size and color for text while making the tag's content span multiple lines. Okay, yeah, we don't want drop cap. And we don't want an outline size. If you have a higher FPS, it would speed the BPM up. If it's just stuff like that, so I guess you got to be careful with how you implement it too, Twig, because if you have the BPM based on FPS, you would want to change that, but you wouldn't want to constantly change it, because then you'd get to a point where it's like really fast, then slow, then fast, then slow, then fast, and then they hit an area that their computer struggles with, and it like drops down to like 2. I don't think there's any way to add a shadow to the text. There might be, but I do not know. Strudel barely uses any CPU. Oh, I'm not talking about Strudel. I'm talking about your game. So if you have it implemented in the game, Twig, where your FPS determines what the BPM speed is, if they're playing the game and their game, like your game, struggles on their PC at a certain point in time because of whatever reason, that would cause the BPM to like drop because their FPS has dropped. So you'd want to avoid that by polling the FPS like every 10 seconds or something. Yeah. It would be when you set it to the base FPS. Okay, so it would just be... So in the settings, what if they have it set to unlimited FPS? So it's just however fast the FPS can be. Or would your game not have that option? I'm wondering if to get the effect I'm after, do I duplicate this and like put it off slightly? Jesus Christ. The bots are really out in force today. Like, Seribot's already hit one. Auto Mod has blocked one for moderation. Like, goddamn. Random number between 50 and 100. I could see that. What up, C Sharp boy? How you doing? Merry Geduntmas to you. I hope you're having a fantastic time. Chat view shadow. What I want to do with you, I want you to be four and four. And then what we'll do is inside the chat view. I'm also working on a Discord AI bot. Nice. Nice. Discord bots are fun. I'll change this chat view. So now I know that this is the chat view. Okay. This here is the chat view, which is this. So I need to do export var. What? Is shadow. So we're replacing all of those to prevent any of that stuff changing. And then it'd be like font size. G'day, Ryan. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good one. To that. First time in my server has gone full tilt. Doing slightly above average here. Merry Christmas. Nice to hear. Slightly above average is better than average. Is this Astro Vim? No, this is Lazy Vim. I'm using Lazy Vim with some customization. Ah, good coffee. Good coffee. So what I need to do... If is shadow. Get time. I'll do that instead. G'day Liberacorn, hello Rodrigo, how are you doing? We will get font size set back up in here. And then we also want to do color. Does it support? Like, can I do that sort of thing? I'm gonna test that. Rich text label. We're gonna make you full thing. Enable this. Test. Go. Color is... It does! It does support alpha! Nice. Nice. Good stuff. Good stuff. Send an image in general chats in programming. Ask it a question. Then I have to hope and pray that it will answer. Go to Google and type, no, I'm not doing that, dupers. I know what happens. I know what happens when I type that in Google. Ask, what is your name? I'm just an AI. I don't have a personal name. However, you can refer to me as Assistant or AI Assistant if you'd like. How may I assist you today? Nice. Nice. So what I'm hoping is that by ticking this, we're going to have this way. If we go to chat, we go prepare message under here. Like, where does it set the color for the user? Because it does have the different colored usernames up there. So I need to find where it's doing that. It's got to be in here, right? Where would that happen? It can also stack requests. It's the first time I've seen the CPU on my server go above 40%. Don't stack requests then. Create emoji, set meta, add child. What up, MSA? How you doing? Because that's the emoji handler. That prepares the message. But then where does it set? It sets the username color somewhere. And it's not this. That's not the username color. You doing good? Good to hear, MSA. How am I not seeing this? That's just replacing the image. Adds in the emoji. It's looking for like sprite ID and such. Ah, here it is. So I could go different effects depending on the message's type. Default message style when someone gigantifies an emote. When someone's using the highlight my message from channel points. If chat view is shadow, actually, I can leave it like that. There should be because this background color, here's where it adds the username, the user color. If chat view is shadow, not, then we do this. Okay, so the reason why I've done this is so that the chat window up there will have kind of like a shadow effect. So if I add a rich text label here, and I go testing test text, and we set its height, sure it's just go fit content. Not very big, are you? No, you're not. That's okay. That is perfectly fine. If I do that, go over here. So that's what it creates. Oops. So I'd have to do that. You are shadow. I don't think that would work though. Obviously the shadow text would be like a faded out black. And would need to be behind. So the top's in front. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. But you can see how it's not. Let's get rid of that. I'm gonna see if I can recreate this another way. I definitely want the shadow view be behind. Let's have a look. Go add child. Let's copy you. Go paste. Paste. No. I just want the actual components. I don't want the scene itself. Let's go with VBox. Should have done this first, but okay, so rich text label. I think I messed up somewhere. The AI is now requesting songs. Should never let the AI request songs. Testing test text. Pop you there. We have this one up here go. It's using a Llama 3. Is that good? White Blue, you got a PS5 for Christmas? What type of PS5 are we talking here? Okay, we could do that. We could do that. We could set it off by 2 and 1. I'm just wondering, though. Do I want to change the font that's used? In chat view? The only problem with doing it this way... Actually, no. There wouldn't be any problem, because I don't allow people to change the font size and such. It should still work with Wave as well. The PS5 Pro. Nice. Could do that. 1 and 2. Because I just think that will make it easier to see it up in the window. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Let's do that. Let's leave it there. Let's leave that there. All right. First update done. First update done. That's right, I've just got that on a quad, don't I? So I guess the next thing to do... I want to add some stuff to the scene. Because it's very empty at the moment. And I'm wondering if I make this window larger. Yeah, so I can make it up and a bit wider. Or if I just move it up in general. I suppose one thing I could add, I could get like a screen going across the top here, which would display events and such. So like someone redeems a hot sauce, or someone redeems first or something. It like pops up in the ticker here. I have my monitor displayed here. Now I'd want to stream at 1440p though, because the only reason why I put myself in this corner here is so that it's easy for people to still be able to see what I'm doing in Godot. Whereas if I put it into that window there, it makes it difficult to see what I'm doing. But it would mean that I can have my code set up more like this, rather than always being on the right side of the screen and potentially being blocked by me. Also, I wouldn't really be able to do that at the moment anyway. Because there's no way for me with Godot on Wayland to capture the X11 desktop. G'day Cam, how you doing? Because ultimately what I'd want is for this window here to display my desktop, and then whenever we change to see something going on, that window would like fade out and we would see whatever's going on like out the back. Yeah. We've got some depth in there with the like the fog. Yeah. Moving out Christmas Day is rough. Still got 2 to 3 days of work. I've sorted the kitchen cooking with Cam Stream. I've sorted the kitchen for cooking with Cam Stream. You're moving out? You're moving on Christmas Day? That sounds terrible. It's horrible. Plan to be completely out of my parents on Sunday. I mean, fair, but it's still a lot to do on Christmas Day. Actually, that's one thing I could do. We have that updated. So now, for the window, I woke up at 5, cooked Christmas dinner for everyone, ate it, then started moving. Just got back from my parents now to load up my car again for 6 a.m. drive tomorrow. God damn, that's horrible. Let's see. So what I want is for something that triggers this window to hide. It's now a drive each way. Yesterday I did 9 trips. Oof. Oof. That's something I could do. The events handler isn't actually an auto load, it's something that sits under here. So, event handler or events handler? Events handler. Oh, whoops. I'm missing the L. Hydrate and comb the beard. You are indeed late, Cam. Are indeed late. I'm going to get a Raspberry Pi set up today so that we can start tracking how often people are late. So, be warned. Oh, that hurt. Not a valid reason today. Never. Never. No such thing as a valid reason. DM the link, see what I think. Alrighty. Okay. There we go. Nice and cold. There we are. That's better. So this here has an instance. Over here, we can do. Would be. There we are. Think of the list in Wink, but Discord made it into a document. Of course they did. Of course they did. Nice. Kitchen is indeed all set up, isn't it? Damn. That kitchen is ready to go for cooking, Cam. All you need to do now is get like a camera mount for the roof. And then you'll be perfect. God damn it. This side is annoying me today. So do I have anything for Hype Train yet? I don't. I can duplicate it. Go. Hype starts. Hype progress. Hype end. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think my landlord will like that. What they don't know won't hurt them. Strudel implement SHA-256, so the links are in 256 encrypted. Okay. Well, there you go. You get inspections. Just throw like a cloth over it or something. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. if I change you to a mesh instance with a quad mesh, and its material Alright, so now needs to be 2 and 4. No, 4 and 2. No. Ow. What up, lass? How you doing? This is the famous anonymous floating head meetup thingamajig. Thank you, Roland. I don't know where that sneeze came from, but still just need my fiber internet cable fitted so I can enjoy the 1 gigabit per second speeds. Nice. Needs to be a little bit taller. Tiny, little bit taller. 2.2. What was it for? Git diff the where was it? Window. Yes, that's what its transform was. What up, Drip? How you doing? I guess I can just do like... What would it be? To get a 16 by 9, I'd have 4 multiplied by 16 on 9. Right. 9 on 16. I need to know if I add this as 400, so 2.25. Okay. I was close. There we go. So now in here, that perfectly fits that area. And we should have this sub viewport being mapped onto the quad. If I go double-sided. Now it doesn't cast... Now the sun doesn't go through it. Which is what I want. I want to know a random Vim insert mode trick most people don't know. Sure, go for it. What else is there? So I can put it in here. Hype starts. Progress. Hype end. It's gonna just be a data. Main Vim insert mode. Press that. Why? Why would I do that? Alright, we got ads, so we're going to do some game duel. Give me a game, you dunce. Throw out a game. Can be Pinocchio's Long Adventure. Get it? Because his nose grows. Let's start with Assassin's Creed, shall we? Single player after 2012. Not third person. This could be a shooter. So you can try Black Ops 4. Okay. So we're looking 2012 up to 2017. Not a shooter, but it is first person. Could be a puzzle game. Alright, 2016 first person single player puzzle. First person puzzle game in 2016. It could be a Silent Hill. It's not a Silent Hill. Okay, so it's an indie, not a puzzle, an indie. First person single player 2016 indie. And we have no idea what the themes are either. I think We Happy Few was 2014. Yeah, opens an expression prompt. You can input expressions that are then put into the text. You can do calculations and other expressions. Okay. Okay. Alright, first person, single player, 2016, adventure indie. A drama open world mystery. This is giving Life is Strange sort of vibes. No. It's not Unreal Engine. It's probably Unity. It's not Outer Wilds. Detroit Become Human. Nah, that would be sci-fi. And it needs to be indie as well. I don't know if Detroit was indie. Stanley Parable. Could be. Okay, so it's not Stanley Parable. It's not Life is Strange, not We Happy Few, not Stanley Parable. Damn, this is tough. It's Firewatch open world. I mean, technically, yeah. Firewatch. There you go. There you go. It was Firewatch. Thank you for reminding me that game existed, gamer. Much appreciated. High progress received. Oops. Damn, hotkeys. Hot cuts. Never heard of that game? It's just like a walk around adventure type thing. Watching out for fires, I think. I think what we need to do here. What up, Cobbler? How you doing? I need to go into here. I want to take these. I'll move these up here. And you might be wondering, why am I setting up these signals for something that I can already connect into? That's because when we get raided, I want to get the user's data and then send out this signal. Instead of needing to get the user's data in multiple places. I just get it in one spot. And that's it. Get the user's data once, emit it everywhere. Doing great, ending my day watching the stream before sleep. What's new with the fixes? The fixes are going good. I've got some more bugs and such that have been reported, which we're going to fix tomorrow. Are either of you using controller? A chance. Oh yeah. But yeah, we'll be getting a lot of information. A lot of details to fix some things. One of them is a Windows specific issue, which was for captured mouse constant drag. This thing here. So I found this out thanks to a report from Jojo. We use confined mode when you're in the menu, as well as capture mode when you're playing the game. And that causes this to happen. Yeah. And what happens there is all they did was click the header and it automatically dragged it away. And that's because of how things are being calculated in Godot. There is something that I can implement to kind of deal with it. So it would be something like this. Yeah. Unfocus the application and click on the application toolbar. It will change the mouse mode to visible. Then you can now move the application around. When you're done, click on the game to confine the mouse again. So that's basically what I would need to set up for Bobble Shop Sim. Yeah, can confirm that's still present on Windows 10. You can change that into that in super high levels code, and the code will output false any input while still holding true if the mouse is dragging the window. Yep. So at least I know what the fix is for that. At least I know that it's not something that I need to figure out myself, and this side of the mustache is really starting to get to me. It's just annoying me today. It keeps like flopping back against. Annoying. It's just annoying. Under here, we can go events handler, instance. Oh, yeah. Needs to be a static variable. Yeah. Cool. We go connect to hide window. Actually, we'll go toggle window. Hiding window equals the opposite of on. False. Then this can be toggle. Has a blend file, by the way. Just check it out yet. I haven't checked it out yet. No, haven't had time yet. I do want to check it out some point. Really. Because the window is always hidden. Hmm. We can turn that off. Toggle window will be on, and hiding will be the opposite of on. Up here we can go toggle window false. If hiding is that, return. Actually, we'll go showing. So if showing is the same as hide, is the same as on, then we just return out because we don't need to do anything. Yeah. When we toggle starting soon, what we want to do is create the tween, and then track the tween so that we can cancel it if needed. And we tween the property of self, even though you are now a mesh instance 3D. We're tweening the modulate A towards 0. No, we're not. Not the modulate A. Create the tween. Tween method is going to go shader. Set shader param. Binding alpha. So if we go over here, this shader does have an alpha param. And what we can do is we want to translate it towards 0 if 1.0 if showing, else 0. And the duration, 0 if showing, else 1.0 if we're not showing, because we're going from that value towards showing. And then towards 1.0 if we're showing, else 0. And the duration will be to from The reason why I'm doing it this way is just so we have to do the if statement once rather than twice. Instead of doing if else, ternaries, it's just if else and whatever the values are that we assign. Okay, so duration would be 1.0 but I want to subtract the difference between from and to. Shader, get shader param alpha. All right, so we've changed that up now. We do that. We can do U minus the difference between from and to. But obviously it needs to know which direction it's going. So get shader param could be less. Okay, so we do need if showing, else 2 is 1, 2 is 0. Get rid of all that. Then we do time will be 1.0 minus 2 minus from. Time will be 1.0 minus from minus 2. Well, that'll just be minus from. And then I can apply some sort of shader effect. Sort of like shader dissolve from the outside. Or from the center out as the alpha. Maybe I changed this to dissolve. Is dissolve 1 or 2 S's? But it's 2, right? Hang on. It is 2 S's. Oh, damn it. Why do I second guess myself? Why do I second guess my spelling? I always do that, and it always ends badly for me. Deepers. That's something I can look for. So stream bedtime, Cobbler. Have a good one. Enjoy your sleeps. I hope it's a great sleep. None of those are on sale. I was hoping the like thin LCD screens, like the 1200 by 400 screens, would be cheaper today, being Boxing Day. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Sometimes the bit will play music, or will play a playlist. Other times it won't. I don't know what's going on. The bot, right. Your bot will play it. I know, is it like throwing an error? Being like, too many requests or something? Is there some sort of rate limiting that Spotify is applying? Or that YouTube is applying? Okay, so now that we've got that, this is a spatial shader. That's for our shader art, though. I want to load our window shader, which is still a spatial. But instead of alpha, it's going to be dissolve. And the dissolve by default is 0. Why do you have that? Alright, now we need a dissolve going on. So let's do a uniform sampler 2D dissolve noise. What would be nice? Because I don't want just a noise texture. Because obviously it gives me this sort of thing. Whereas I would want it... I would want it to be something that starts in the center. You know, so it's like, it's black in the center. And And then like it fades off to white as it gets to the corner. Actually, no. Because what I want is I want the window to look like, I want it to have like a grey dissolve effect where it like peels back as it goes out. And I want it to, the reason why I want it to do that is to like kind of give it a nanobot feel. Yeah. Wonder. Go for dissolve shader. Because this is a 2D dissolve, and I don't want a 2D. I want it to be a 3D. Because I guess over time, as the circle grows, we can have the pixel, like whatever the pixel is, we can have it like move and then like go out sort of thing. So like they disconnect and then move out. This would be a fun shader challenge. What if... It'd be kind of like this. Kind of like this, but in 3D. Like get the noise texture direction. By progress. I guess first what we can do is have it fade out in a circle. Which means the alpha would go to 0 based on the dissolve. So I would need to go would be UV minus that. That's going to give us like negative 0.5, negative 0.5, positive 0.5, positive 0.5, something like that. Yeah. So instead of being 0 to 1, like negative 0.5, negative 0.5 to 0.5, 0.5. And then we need to multiply that by 2, don't we? Yeah, so that's negative 1 to negative 1. Yep. UV multiply equal 2.0. Real texture size in pixels. Not worried about that right now. I just want to get it to like move out from the center. Okay, so we do a dissolve. We dissolve the alpha. That's using the noise texture X. What was it? Yeah, so we step. Step. Dissolve with. That's progress as well. Ah, okay. Yep. So we do alpha. I can go. Yeah. And then we do texture, noise texture, UV, but I don't want the noise texture. That's the thing. That would have to be a trig. So it would have to be distance from center. Distance to 0.0. You're going to be text A by alpha. Yeah. But I want it to be proper circle. And I want it to go all the way to the edge. So we would need the Y. So we would have scaled UV. We'll do vec2 of uvx, uvy. But the uvy is going to be multiplied by 16 on 9. No. Maybe. Yeah, no. Almost. It almost gets it. So close. So what if I have dissolve multiplied by 1.1? Okay, so dissolve by 1.15. Uniform sample, no, not sample 2D. Vec2. Actually, float. Ratio. There we go. 1.778. And then the dissolve. Yeah, cool. So it fades out. And then we have it there. See how it's like cutting it out and all the way up. Yeah, cool. But I want like a proper dissolve to it now. So we need kind of like that pixel, kind of like this pixel explosion here. Which we can probably do. Where's the... There's the border. Seal it. Color is text. Hmm. That's distorting. So direction is strength by progress. That's a Vec 2, isn't it? It is. And that would be something that we only apply down here. If alpha is 0, then we want to do that. Ah, yep. Yep. There we go. If alpha is 0, which does that. Now in here, we want to get distant, no, not distance, direction. Direction, strength, progress. So they're using a normal map as direction. But if I wanted to do this here, I think what I could do is go in case the edge of your sprite stretches, otherwise you can move it. So how could I make this look like that when it's here, we have little pieces. We have like little pieces that are disconnected in here and others that are moving away, like pulling back this way sort of thing. And then up here, most of this center is empty. And there's like some that are like pulled away here. And then they're going, like others going back up to the edge sort of thing. Or, morning Mike, how are you doing? Do I change this to go the other direction? So instead of having the dissolve go from the inside out, do I have it go from the outside in? And as it comes in, the edge, like, basically detach, the pixels detach from one another and then move to the edge. Or move to the like side sort of thing. So it looks like the screen is like dissolving from the outside in. So this would have to be What up, Dex? How you doing? That multiplied by 1.15. No. There we go. All right, now we need to do screen ratio mult. This is something we need to make a constant. Increases screen size during calculation to include corners in circle dissolve. Circular dissolve. Cool. All right. I did. It was fun. Went out, hung out with my brother, his family, had a nice lunch. Struggled to stay awake on the trains because the most annoying thing happened Christmas Eve. Most annoying thing ever that you can think of. I was going to bed. It was 9:30. I was going to bed. I was going to get some extra sleep and whatnot. And then the room that I was in, I saw a whitetail. So of course I spent the next 2 hours hunting for like spiders in the room and around the room, like adjoining rooms and such. So I didn't get to sleep until like midnight. So I went through Christmas with like 4 hours sleep. So on the train home yesterday, I was basically falling asleep. Thought that was just normal in Aussie land. It is normal, but like I keep my apartment so good that I don't remember the last time I saw a spider in my apartment. Yeah. So I don't have to worry about it in my place. But when I go elsewhere, then I've got to worry about it because other people aren't. They're not as onto it. Yeah. Annoying. No one is as paranoid as you. Got it. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. It's the, what do you call it? Like the episode of Rick and Morty where they go to the dimension where there's psychic spiders and humans that are like at constant war with each other. Like I would be the one on the human side that would just be able to like eradicate the spiders. All right, I would be able to get rid of them completely. Wish Christmas was good otherwise. We call it Geduntmas. Yeah. Yeah. It needs to be Geduntmas moving forward. So what we need to do, we need this to, as it's pulling away, like as the circle comes in, like this, we have like this area here. The further they are away, the more there is. Yeah, so it's like, we don't just have alpha, but we like... Do I need a normal map to be that? Next it'll be on Coke. It will be. It will be. You know it. I'm going to get myself another coffee during these ad breaks. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you words, okay? And I'm going to go get myself another coffee. Right? Because brain does not like being a thinking thing. Yeah. You get it. You understand. You understand. Let's get this started for you so that we can jump in. I'll give you the first word. So ads are about to start. I'm going to get myself another coffee. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay? BRB. Alright, we back. How were the ads? Damn hiccups. Brain not braining? That's fair. That's fair. Brain never brain. So. So. How can we get this to detect how far away it is? I guess we know what the... So this here will be distance. What I can do is go distance Alright, because what's distance? There's just distance less than 1. And then what we can do is... We know how far away it is. I don't think a noise... Like, I don't think a noise texture would work for this. Like, if we made it... Maybe if we made it large enough, or like frequent enough. We could go... What would it be? Vec 4 text sample. Texture dissolve noise. It's amazing when I go to show someone the autoplay list and when they join, it doesn't work. When they leave, it works. Oh, that would suck, Twig. That would suck. Alright, Twig, have a good night. Enjoy your sleep. Look forward to Boxing Day and all the Boxing Day sales that we can do, that we can get. Its own, like, the... I wish Steam was doing a Boxing Day sale on the Steam Deck. Ow. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Yeah, there's so much random stuff. It's like for sale these days. Like, who's spending $60 on a portable CD player with Bluetooth? CD player portable with Bluetooth, FM radio CD players with hi-fi speakers. It's like people are going back to playing CDs. Next thing you know, we're going to be back to records. I already know that people are going back to like iPod days. Because they just dislike Spotify and stuff. If we do that in UV, we go alpha plus I want to see if I do what happens if I do dissolve and text sample A. Why doesn't that do anything? Because I've got the dissolve there. Oh, because the A... Yeah. Yeah, so it should be... Because I want to normalize that. So the closer to black it is, the more, like, less it should be visible. I guess I could just do it on the R. So if we do... want to do that. Multiply. No. Morning, Escamina. How you doing? And obviously that's incorrect, but it is on the right path. It is on the right path. All I need now is for the further away we get, the more intense it is. What if we do... Because I can't just multiply it by distance, because then it all goes away. Because the alpha gets set to 0 at that point. Doesn't it? Dissolve times distance. No, not that. What up, Ginger? How you doing? Good Geduntmas to you too, Ginger. How have you been? I know I need distance and dissolve in there. So the higher the distance is, the less I want it to display. It's basically what I'm going for. Pretty good. Watching my daughter on the child monitor and she's still awake 2.5 hours after her bedtime. Yeah, that'd be like that. Fighting for dear life to stay awake. I like being able to not deal with that. What I'm doing at the moment, Ginger, is I'm trying to get this set up so that as it dissolves, this here should be like, it should look like this here, and as it goes out, it should be less. Yeah. So we need... Actually, maybe we need this to be multiplied by dist plus 1.0. No, that's always going to be. Whereas if I got rid of that, it's all like so. There's so many numbers and my brain's not putting them in the correct place. Because if I do this, as it fades out, you see how it gets stronger in the center, because in the center, the distance is 1. Whereas I need the distance to be from the current UV. Local distance will be distance of scaled UV. That's not going to do anything though. That's not gonna help. What up, Giddy? How you doing? Merry Geduntmas to you. I'm doing well, thank you, Giddy. We're doing overlay work today. All day today is overlay work. All good over here? Good to hear. Of course, because over here is going to be further away from over there. Yeah. We don't need to worry about local distance at all. It was snowing a bit yesterday. Hopefully you'll experience it one day. One day. One day I'll experience it. Surely I can't go my entire life without ever seeing snow. It will come. I guess we could go local fade, or actually fade strength will be the scaled UV, and that needs to be multiply? No. So we want to look at the scaled UV, and we want to have a look at the what is it? We want to add to it scaled UV plus scaled UV by 1.05. Because there is a little bit visible there. No, it's not this. That's not what we want. Oh my god, why can I not? Alright, so... needs to... It needs to be really strong on the edge. And it needs to fade off a little bit away from the edge. Because that's incorrect. That's an incorrect thing to apply here. We want the texture sample R to be multiplied by like 0.1, or to be multiplied by 1 here, and multiplied by 0 here, sort of thing. Yeah, we want that to go all the way around, so multiplied by 1 here, multiplied by 0 here, sort of thing. So we want to, we do want to multiply the, like we do want to get this. So we get the distance towards that. No. So that's a constant value. This needs to be... I think I need to take this thing into account here. Needs to take into account the dissolve. Not dissolve. Not dist either. That's not. Because I can't do dissolve here. And fade strength here. Okay. And so if we do that, multiply by dissolve. Nah. Because if I do 195... I don't know, even when we get up to 1, it's all gone. Because that's kind of what I'm after. But I want this to be fading out. So I want them to be fading towards the edge there. Inverse. Ah, of course. Yeah. It does need to keep it that. But then I want this. Step dissolve towards fade strength. Yeah. So we do need to have dissolve in there. Yeah, I don't think this is the correct calculation at all. It's completely wrong. There's a much more simple calculation I can do. I just can't remember it. I think I need to get rid of that. What up, Rive? Ask AI? No, because if I ask AI, I don't practice my problem solving. And then I become reliant on AI to do things for me, which isn't a good thing. What I'm trying to do, Mike, is I'm trying to keep the edge of this. I want it to fade out a bit. So I want it to fade out into this noise a bit more than what the actual size of the circle is. There's something in here that I need to do to this. Or to this. Yeah. Not right. You just refresh what you need. Well, I mean, at that point, Rive, like, why go to AI? Why don't I just look up on Google or something? Like a vignette. That would be 2 masks mixed. It wouldn't be a vignette. Like, I've already got how far it's dissolved. I just need like a fade distance to be kind of like distance of the scaled UV vec 200, but have this as like 1.05 or something. Yeah. I was like, I should be able to do it mathematically without requiring another mask. Yeah. So like I do think I need to use a mix at some point. But I think this isn't going to be correct because, yeah, it's always going to have a little bit there if I do that. In Unreal, we would have used a mask. I like that. I appreciate it, Mike, but that doesn't help with Godot. I appreciate the sentiment. So let's do a smooth step the distance. Dissolve and fade. Dissolve length scaled UV. So the dissolve and fade. So how far we've dissolved and subtract a little bit from it because the fade would be at like 0.2 or 0.818 or something like that. So we subtract it from dissolve. And then the length of scaled UV. I think the length of scaled UV would be the thing that wouldn't work. Unless we're saying to change this completely. But then that's not going to get the effect that we want. Because what I want it to do, I want it to look like that the edge is dissolving out, sort of thing. I guess I can also do like albedo is a vec 4 0.0 1.0 sort of thing. Oh, sorry, that's supposed to be Vec 3. It's like we want that to... Yeah. I want to get to a point where it looks like the window is made up of nanobots. It's like as the window disappears, all of the nanobots are like dissolving out to the edge. Sort of thing. So if we try that smooth step, I do a float, we do a smooth step of dissolve minus, I'll just do it as this for now, just to test it out. Merry Geduntmas Insane, how you doing? Dissolve and the length of scaled UV. And if we have this multiplied by eldest, yeah, I see what's going on. Okay, so if we invert that, next, that's doing that. I do. Yeah, because now it's going the other direction. That's now growing. Scaled UV over maybe. Because, yeah, now it's going the other direction. So I need to do the same thing I do with this. But I've tried doing that. Like, if I got rid of this, it's now doing that. Yeah, it's going out the other direction. Whereas we need that to flip it so that it comes in. But if I do that here... Okay, there we go. Now it works. I think. No. No, still goes the other direction. If I do that though, like now it still goes the opposite direction. Like, and then I'm gonna need the 1.0 minus there. No, because then that does that. Okay. What up, Kuro? How you doing? Like now it grows when it should be shrinking. Well, smooth step to be 0 when distance is dissolve plus fade, and 1 when it is dissolve. Correct. What if I just change this to step like we have there? It's not gonna do it, is it? Yeah, that's not. What's the difference between smooth step and step? I don't want visual shader. That's unfortunate. Okay, so step generates a step function comparing B to A, equivalent to if B is less than A, return 0, else return 1. Okay. Forms a smooth Hermite interpolation between 0 and 1. Threshold function with a smooth transition is desired. Smooth step is equivalent to clamping of C minus A divided by B minus A, 0, 1. Okay. So yeah, smooth step and step are very different. Very different. Okay. Okay. How about that? Hypno, I can gift you something in this Christmas on itch. Nah, don't worry about it. I don't need you to gift me anything at all. Just enjoy. Your gift to me is being here. Yes, then that makes it go the opposite direction. Woobits. Enjoy coffee and gameplay. I am enjoying coffee a lot. What if I change this? Distance should be the current UV. Yeah, no, so we can't mix these together either. That's just gonna always stay there. If I do... There we are. I kind of want this. I like that. Maybe we change it to that. And then I would need to add some sort of movement to them so that they don't appear static. What is it that we do with time for it? I've done this on another one. What do we do for time in this? Nah, that's a different shader. Because it's not multiplying it by time. That's bad. But yeah, if we do it over time, like if we put in time in there somewhere, We can probably get it to like move and shift as it goes. Kind of make it look like things are moving as it fades out. I forget what it is though. One thing I was just create another Godot project for VFX and add the shaders there as separate folders. That we can go back and forth while developing, as well as keeping them separate and componentized. I mean, at some point in the future, like I do have plans, Mike, after Bobble Shop Sim to do that and like have a project where I just tinker with shaders. Like all it is me creating different shader effects in that project that I can then like drop into other stuff. But for this, I'm not too worried about it. Now this will have time. Where do we apply time? No. Okay, you're not applying time, you're doing it based on FPS. Or FPF. Yeah, FPS, yeah. Let's see. Damn, that looks nice. Time scale. This has a lot of stuff going on. Where is it? I'm trying to remember where else I use time in a shader. That's where I use it. Yep. I think. Time. That's doing the sign. That's adding time by scan time speed. So if I did vec2 timed UV, vec2 scaled UV plus time. No, that's not taking into anything. This should remain scaled UV. Yeah, there it goes. But then I want to multiply time by direction so that they're not all going up to the top left, but they're going in there. Whoops. Did not realize I had that much coffee left in my cup. Whoops. Oh shit, we got ads in progress. Oops. Game dull. My bad, y'all. My bad. We'll start with Firewatch. We're looking for a game 2011 to 2016 that is first person. Give me a game. It's not Unity, it's not single player. That's a big hint. That is a big hint. So it could be an MMO like Destiny or Final Fantasy 14. I don't think Final Fantasy 14 has first person though. And it's first person only. So this could be, it's not going to be Overwatch because that was 2016. Borderlands 2. No. It doesn't have single player. So it can't be a Borderlands game because those have single player and multiplayer. I feel like this could be a Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Okay, so it's a first-person shooter warfare. Between 2013 and 2015. Is this War Thunder? No, it's not War Thunder because that has first person, third person, and VR. Is it Destiny? I think it might be Destiny. No, it's not, but it is 2014. Oh, sorry, it's a 2015 game. Oh, is this Rainbow Six Siege? Yeah, it is. Love it. Too easy. Easy. Okay, so this is what we've got. So what we need to do is we need to calculate the direction for it. What was the direction in the other one? So that's direction by strength by progress. And that's what causes it to go out. I don't think that's what the calculation was there, was it? I think it was like it's like that looks good there, but I want over here to be like going the same speed that way. Because this is going to be something that's like constantly going. So it'll look like everything's like it's all like dissolving out to the edge. But that means this here we need to have it take into account direction. But that's not going to be distance. So yeah, that's going towards, it's going up. And if I do that, you go up, you go up, you go down. And I can't do multiply distance. Because distance is just a float, so I want to actually have like this is the UV giving us this. This is the distance from center. What if I do that multiply by, no. What if I change this to be the smooth step? Of all that. And then down here, let's go alpha. And get rid of you. That works. That works. That's better. Cleaned that up slightly. Or we add... What up, da boy? How you doing? What's going on? I'm trying to get better at shaders. May the going merry be with you. What? What up, Vongo? Merry Geduntmas to you. No, it does do that. Plus... That's moving away. That's moving up. Moving up. Moving up. You don't know Going Mary? Going Mary? No. I do not. What is happening with this? Wow. World of Warcraft. Is it something to do with World of Warcraft? Because if so, that's why I don't know what it is, because I just don't play WoW. It's just... It's One Piece? Oh, it's One Piece. Yeah, I haven't watched One Piece. I've watched like the first season or so of the anime. And then I just kind of, yeah. I've like watched up until like the end of the Arlong thingamajig. And that was basically it. Going Merry is the first ship they get as crew. Ah, okay. Yeah, I didn't even know that it had a name. I mean, I knew it had a name. I didn't know what the name was. Yeah. Spoilers? Go for it. Spoil it. No, I'm probably not going to watch it anyway. There's too many episodes these days. That doesn't work. Maybe I need to get... Almost. That there should just be going up. But I think it's because it's adding time. Why do I get that? Because like here, X should be 0, which means it would be 0. Like, which means this would result in an X value of 0 and a Y value of whatever it is, multiplied by the direction up or down for Y. How are you doing, Devable? I must be do that? No, because that brings it in. Oh, because we're sampling the text there. We're sampling the texture. Which means it's going to get a smear. That still doesn't... That still doesn't make sense. Like, why would the direction cause it to smear? Yeah. Instead of just going, all right, the direction is in a negative y with 0x. Something weird with direction. Because it's essentially just going to be negative scaled. It's essentially just negative scaled UV. Which is the problem. How's the playtest been going? It's been going good. We've got a lot of feedback. We got some bugs and whatnot that I need to put in some fixes for and stuff. We're going to be getting onto those bugs tomorrow. Today I'm going to spend the entire day doing overlay work. Once I get this shader done, we can move away from this and start going into some other bits and pieces, like setting up a database to store who's first, to store how many times someone's first, second, third, and late, as well as credits, chatter of the day, that type of stuff. And then I can set that database up on a Raspberry Pi, have the Raspberry Pi just running somewhere, and then like have an API call to it to input the data. So should be very simple. Very simple indeed. But yeah, I don't know. I'd go flat files before DB sync. Use the flat files as the intermediary. No. How about that? I already use JSON files for some of this stuff. But, like, I'm not going to set up an intermediary because, like, what would be the point in setting up an intermediary? Yeah.
Words containing meow, meow, meowed, meowing homeowner.
Meowed and meowing are not in homeowner. But words contain it, but they all do contain meow. That's correct. Yep. Do you know why my git checkout is broken? I try to go to a past version to record some stuff, but it won't even run because of changes that I made to the code in later versions. Have you, like, do you have current changes in your branch that you're currently on, which you have not committed? Yeah. But yeah, as for using an intermediary of flat files, no. I don't see any point in doing that because that's just doing more work for no reason. I just want the pixels moving away. I could have this mix Vec 3, well, text RGB, no, I'm just going to leave it as 0.5 for the time being. Over there for the time being. Working on a scene pool system at the moment, generic enough that the pool can take multiple and different scenes. Nice. Very nice. How do I get that? Maybe I need to do... No. Going to bed? Sure thing. Why does this not correctly? Oops. Don't want to get the mustache in the comb. Velociraptor around the house at 3 in the morning. I have no idea what that means, Goose. Are you running around the house? Are you shrieking? Hey, what are we talking about? How do I get this? We can't do that. You're just negative scaled UV, which would be that. But that's just going to send it all in the opposite direction. Because if we do... Like, we can't do distance. Because that's going to just give us a float. We want the actual... Like... but at this point, it's just negative whatever the UV is. But then I want to normalize what up, Sock? How you doing? But then we get this curve here. I don't want that curve there. Because as it gets to 0, like as x gets to 0, like I can't even just do plus because that just causes this like spin to happen. Yeah, kind of like a black hole sort of thing where it comes out, curves around both ways, or like a magnetic field sort of thing. Yeah, it's like a magnetic field where like it comes out this way, curves around the sides here, goes back around and in, which isn't what you want. Merry Christmas. Merry Geduntmas, Sock. Oh. Good stretch. Good stretch.
Don't worry, the crazy has 4,000 grams of government sauce.
Unless we do just do distance. No. Because that's going to multiply both of them by the same thing. But we want the negative y and negative x. Because then they're both just coming in.
Move.
If I make you negative, I just don't understand what's happening at the axis points. What up, Frantics? Merry Geduntmas to you. Like, I don't understand how... at the Y, it curves out and up. You know? I don't know how it's doing that when I'm multiplying it by the normalized direction. Which means it's going to be somewhere between 0 and 1. Or negative 1 and 1. No. That's not going to be correct. It gives the exact same result anyway. Now it's all going in. Still doesn't make sense. Because up here where x is 0, this is going to result. That's going to result in a 0x. So how is there a curve there? Because it's not like, it's like these ones shouldn't be curving over to here. They should be going out in a straight line in the direction towards the center. Is it because it's scaled? Yeah, no, it happens even with just regular UV. I'm working on a shader at the moment for use in my overlay, but I'm having trouble making it move away from the center. Like out here, it moves away from the center. Same with here, here, and here. But the closer it gets to an axis where one of the values is 0, it adds a curve, which I'm just not understanding. Enjoy, Goose. As the direction would be rise over run, right? Which would be y over x. Like if I'm in 3D space and I want something to look in a specific direction, I subtract where we're looking, or I subtract the glow position from where we're looking, normalize that, and that's our direction. Definitely something to do with the scaling. Because that's all now going the other direction. You know what else has to do with scaling? The scale of the Christmas cheer. Merry Christmas, you Gedunt. Merry Geduntmas to you, Lucian. Mine was yesterday, but congrats on catching up to us in time zone. Hope you're having a good one. Why? Why does it not move away from the center? Its direction to the center. No. It's definitely something to do with the fact that we've scaled it. What if it's... It's going the correct direction, but I still don't understand what this curve is. What up, How you doing? Merry Geduntmas to you. I got an F1 Lego set. Nice. Nice. That'll keep you occupied. It's because you're a time traveler. It doesn't count. It does count. Okay? Just because you don't have the means of traveling through time, jeez. Just be better. Those curvatures aren't making any sense to me. Adding controller support sucks. I mean, it depends on the game. I think my controller support's going okay at the moment. Think. That's not going to be correct at all. It's because of the scaling, isn't it? You think too much? You're just a floating head? Yeah. Doesn't that mean that all I should be doing is thinking? What? I do. Can't divide it again. God, why? Because I can't do distance because that's not going to be correct either. Direction multiplied by strength multiplied by progress. Because we're not adding direction either, are we? Yeah, because that's what gives us that circle. Yeah. We don't want doing that. Because it like shrinks down. Now how it gets up there, it's really distorted and such. Really don't want that. Definitely needs to be something that's multiplied. So like you see it like going out like so, but then this becomes the issue. Want that to be going straight out. That to be going straight out. That to be going straight up. That to be going straight down. But that's not what it's doing. What's the math here, boy? Because at x, y should be 0. So the x should only be moving along the x. It shouldn't be curving. This is just doing the exact same thing. Just cleans it up a little bit so I'm not creating another. I'd argue that because we're not floating heads and I have to do the other human things, that Hypnotic should be nerfed. Comparatively, he's too powerful. I mean, I'm struggling with a very simple shader. I don't think I'm too powerful. I think I am very, very underpowered for being a floating head. Do I? Is it too late? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? There's nothing at all wrong here. I don't know what you're talking about, Oki. What do you mean? What are you referring to? What are you referring to? How you doing, Oki? I assume you're doing Doki. And if not, now you are Ki. I don't know. You're Oki? Nice. Nice. I've been trying to figure out how to get this to move away from the center in all directions. Like 45 minutes now. I just can't figure out this curving. I think it's something to do with the scaling. Thoughts on a pixel art Souls-like? Do you think it can succeed, or that's stupid? I think it can succeed. I think there's already some like that. Let me check. This one here's a pixel art Souls-like. You can check out. Yeah. So they work. Pixel art Souls-likes are very, very popular. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same gameplay, just with 2 dimensions instead of 3. Also, actually, I mean, Hollow Knight is also a Silk Song, but it's not pixel art. Yeah, there's also... So you've got Blasphemous, which is a big game. But there's also... Where is it? There's also Blasphemous 2. So... Yeah. Yeah. I really don't know why this isn't working. How's it going here? Frustrating, because I need to try and figure this out. Although we do have ads coming in, so I'm going to BRB for a second. When I get back, we'll continue with this, okay? BRB. Okay, I'm back. Anyone have a game that they want me to guess first? We can kick it off with Rainbow Six Siege if you want. But it's completely up to you. We'll kick it off with Siege. Oh, damn. Okay. The Division 2. Could be a Ghost Recon. Could be Vegas. Okay, so I'm thinking it's a Ghost Recon. Yeah, it's Ghost Recon. Escape from thingy. So it's no Advanced Warfighter. It's gonna be Wildlands. Yep. That was easy. That was easy. Kick it off with Wildlands. Okay, before 2012. Before 2012. I want to go with like Fable 2. Yeah. Before 2003. Damn. Third person fantasy does have RPG elements in the genre. What would that be? Third person fantasy RPG. Not on PC. God of War. Not on PlayStation. Oh. This is feeling Nintendo 64. This is gonna be Super Mario 64. It's not Super Mario. Okay. Nintendo published and developed. So this could be a Donkey Kong. Okay. 97 to 97 or 98. Puzzle RPG. It's gonna be a Zelda. Which one came out 97, 98 for Legend of Zelda? Majora's Mask. It's got to be Ocarina, right? Yep. Ocarina of Time. There we go. Lovely. Too easy. Alright, let's see if we can get this sorted. Because if I get rid of this, you'll notice it's that. If I change U to just be UV, see, it's fine. It's only when we multiply by direction that it throws it off. But we can see the direction is just straight. So why is it that when we multiply UV by direction, we get this curve if we have the UV here being multiplied by a direction in this line? Yeah. Why is that curve appearing? All of this is... None of that's going to help. There's something funky going on. I wonder, actually... if we want you to be multiplied by 16 on 9. Nope. Nope. Not sure. Why is it? Why does multiplying by direction cause it to freak out? That's what I don't get. Why does direction break it? The hell? There we go. What if we do vec2 0.5 minus uv do uv multiplied by direction. That still doesn't make sense. Why does it curve up this way? You should be going up. You should be going out there. You're going over this way. So we got the line through there. So you got like that line through there, which is the cut for changing direction. Scaled UV. What up, Coco? G'day, you good dunce. How yous doing? What were you up to this fine Boxing Day? Get steamed? Always am. Always am. What up, Bread? You are indeed late. Gamer and Dex are both raiders. Oof. I'm just fighting a shader at the moment, trying to figure out why we have curving at the axis when we shouldn't. There should be no curving at the axis, but there is. Gamer Raider? Impossible. Gamer's always here. Gamer is always everywhere, raiding everywhere. Gamer is a sleeper raider. Yeah, this is... I don't get what's happening. Why is it not happening? Doodles Bread, have a good one. Why? What's with the curve? So we're scaling our... Like, we've got our UV, and then we're scaling the UV so that the circle is correct. And it goes up like so. But for some reason, at the axis, like at each axis, when one of the values starts to become 0, it starts curve, like it curves more the closer it gets to those axes. So we have the distance. Not multiply by distance, because that's going to break everything. Or if we divide by distance, doesn't do shit either. Nah, nothing's. I don't know why. What up, 403? Happy Geduntmas. I hope you're having a good one. I wonder if it's because of this. Because that still curves. God damn it. Been enjoying your TikTok shorts, haven't been on Twitch for a bit. Nice. Thank you very much. I just put the same thing up on TikTok that I do on YouTube. And it's quite funny. Something that does well on YouTube doesn't do well on TikTok. Something that does well on TikTok does not do well on YouTube. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying. Oh well. That's that Clay Obscure one that I put up though, that did very well on TikTok. I think that one's sitting at like 60,000 views or something on TikTok now. 40,000. Yeah. 40,000 views. Almost 2,000 likes. A bit over 13,000 comments. But then the same thing on YouTube Shorts. Like the exact same one on YouTube Shorts is only at 1,500 views and 6 comments and 24 likes. So it's like, what? What? What's going on, Woosa? How you doing? Different audience, I guess. That's the thing. I wouldn't think that... I don't know. Maybe it's the category. But it on YouTube Shorts, the category was gaming. So you would think that would be correct for the Clay Obscura thing. I don't know. If we do UVX, UVY by ratio. It's closer. And that doesn't do anything. I've got no idea. No idea. Are you shaded in a new color discovered called Olo? New color called Olo? Unfortunately not. What is this new color that's being discovered? And also, how do you discover a color? Like, we already know what the color spectrum is. Olo is an imaginary color that can be seen by shooting lasers into the retina to isolate the response of M-cone cells. It is impossible to view Olo under normal viewing conditions due to the overlapping sensitivities of M-cone cells and S and L cone cells in all wavelengths of visible light that evoke them. Right. So no, world, I am not displayed in that color, because for me to be displayed in that color, I would have to shoot a laser into your eye. I don't think that's safe. That sounds like a very unsafe practice. It would be the last thing you see if I tried to do that. I wonder... minus UV. That should give us the direction. I don't get it. I see everything! That doesn't work. I need to do something like that though. We have like a negative vec2 of UVX, UVY multiplied by ratio. Divide that by ratio. Oh my god. Does anyone know why these curves at the axis exist? Like, I'm pretty sure it's because we're multiplying the y. Like, we're multiplying, like, we're dividing the y by ratio to make it, like, elongated. And we've got the screen ratio being applied to all of it as well. So it comes out like this. But like if I get rid of this, they're still there. It's still curves. Alright, here's what I'm going to try. I feel like direction should be UVY over UVX maybe? Not quite. That's a crazy effect. If I go back to 0.5 minus UV, it still curves. It's because as it goes around, it's stretching at the Y along the X. As soon as we throw that multiplication in there, it goes out. Taking inspiration from solo dev who made Stardew Valley? Nope. I'm not making a 2D game, so. Success more than the game itself? No. Honestly, I don't really take inspiration from any kind of indie dev. Like I don't take inspiration from anyone else's success. Just because they're like there's a million people to pick from. Why would I choose one specific person's success over another? Yeah. I don't see the point in doing that. It seems to be moving slower. Looks like it's moving faster at the top than it is in the middle here. And it's moving faster at the edge than it is here. So that's going to be why, because it's moving faster at the axis than it is in the center. I think it's because it's stretched. Now you see it's going really fast here, but it like slows down here. And it goes really fast here again. Why is that not... hang on. Let's see. If I do normalize that, and then I do this divided by... No, because that's just gonna multiply the entire thing. Or if I do... multiplied by... Oh, hang on, what? I need to put the UV multiply there. I need to divide by length of UV times UV Y over UV X. No, we need something that has the speed the same all the way around. You see how here seems like it's always the same. Over here, speed looks like it changes. I mean, how like here's slower and here's faster. And then here it looks like it's coming in. Slow over here again. My God. I know what the issue is. Well, I think I know what the issue is. I just don't know how to solve it. Shader. Actually, no. Move away from circle center. What's the map for that? I don't want centrifugal. I want to move away from the center of the circle, not move around the center of the circle. Because it should just be the distance. Like, this is what's killing me. It's like it should just be the distance, like the direction. Sorry, like, it should just be the direction. Which in this case would just be the negative UV, because the UV has been... We've subtracted 0.5. So it's no longer 0 to 1, with 0.5 being in the center for both X and Y. It's now negative 0.5, negative 0.5 to positive to 1.0, 1.0. Do I need to scale the X? So like, do we need to do like vec2 UVX? No, because we've tried this already and it doesn't work. It's not divided by X either. And it's not resetting this. It's gonna be because of this. So if I do vec2 0.5, minus vec2 uvx multiply a ratio uvy. Because the y is smaller. So I think you would need to be divided by ratio, right? So the x and the y are the same, or I multiply... Why aren't I multiplying y by ratio? That makes it smaller. But that puts it back into the oval. It's x and then y, isn't it? Try and make it radiate out. Exactly 403. It's exactly right. So it's a rectangle. I'm getting the UV to be like circle. Okay. This here is just so that when we're it's so that when we are at 0, it includes the corners here. Yeah. But like you can see here, it's always curving. It's always curving at the axis. And I do not know why. It doesn't matter what I do. It's always curving at that y. And at the x. And I think it's to do with the speed that's being applied. Like how fast it's moving on each. Trying to pick a point that is the original UV and a timescale amount in the UV's direction. UV times time, normalize UV. So I can't just do that though, because it's being stretched on the Y so that it can fit, like look like a circle in here. Like if I was to... No, if we do that, and then you want it to be like normalize UV. You see how it's now just all grey? Like it's just a solid grey. Yeah. Even if I change this to just be the original, you're multiplying time by what the normalized UV is, which is going to just give you a solid color. You want to do... be multiplied by 0.1. Now it's all broken. What's happened? See, now it's got to do that. It's just that. Like, but I've already tried having this. I've already tried having this scaled. I've already tried doing this, but it doesn't matter which way I set it. It doesn't fix the issue. Like, the dissolve noise is just this. Like, it's just picking a point on this square here. G'day, Fanny. How you doing? Thank you for the hydrate. How you doing, you Gidunticle? Scales the direction by 0 at the X and Y. Well, no, so at the Y here, the X will be 0, the Y will have a value. So the Y should be scaling up, but it should be going out, and the X shouldn't be moving to the side because X is getting closer and closer to 0, which means there's less movement on the X, but the Y movement gets bigger. So unless we're doing like a UV, Y, UV, X, but then we get that. But like, without the direction, it all just moves in one. It all just moves the same way. A scratchy throat. Did sleep for like 12 hours. Man, 12 hours of sleep. That's intense. And if I make this as direction, then it multiplies it too much and you get nothing. Yeah. Instead of move, can you do a zoom? What? UV. Gives me that. multiply that by normalize vec2 0.5 minus UV. Then that gives me a bend. Negative just does the opposite of the positive. Just UV, my bad. If you were zooming into the noise, it would look like it's radiating out. No, what would happen then is they would just get larger. That's all it would do. This definition of UV, it clearly isn't what I imagined. It's just the UV coordinates. What I'm doing with this little UV, this lowercase UV, I'm scaling the Y so that, like, if I don't scale the Y, if I don't scale this at all, then we get an oval shape, okay? Because you're doing a distance calculation here between the UV coordinate and the center here. Okay, so that's obviously with Y being shorter, it's going to be like the distance float is going to be the same with the longer X. So we need to scale the Y to give us that circle. Okay. So the Y needs to be transformed so that we have a circle now inside the rectangle. And then from there, if I set this to 0 dissolve, we still have the corners here. So we need to also have a value here that increases the UV a bit more, so that it takes up all of those corners, and as we go down, it goes down into the center, disappears. So I wouldn't be, like, it's probably something up here, but even if I reverse these calculations down here, it does nothing. Does nothing at all. I want these to be radiating out away from the center. So I want this one here to be moving this way. I want this one here to be moving up. I want this one here to be moving to the side. Yeah. I just want them moving away from the center in this circle shape. Which is why I was getting direction, which at this point in time is just a normalized negative UV. So we're just taking the UV to be negative, normalizing it. And then when we multiply direction here, these areas go out correctly, but into the center here, it doesn't work. So there's something else I need to do inside this normalize. But I don't know what. Because, like, if I get rid of the UV here, if I get rid of the UV there, you can see that, like, the direction is moving at different speeds around the circle. Like, it's moving slower here than it is over here. So we have the circle, scale it up on the Y. I need to get the direction of X and the direction of Y. If we're getting the direction of X and the direction of Y, I think we need, like, obviously we'll have UVX and UVY in here. Because we can't just do that. It changes nothing. Can't do that, because that just changes the Y. Because this UV, its center is now 0, 0. I wonder if I get rid of U. No, because that still curves there. I can't just do negative UV here. That's not gonna give us some weird wackiness. So centered and aspect ratio corrected, and then the pixels coordinates. Got it. I can't just do this. It's like something like that. Yeah. That doesn't work. Yeah, 1.778. What if it's Nah, that doesn't do it. But yeah, like, you can see how in here it's elongated. I think that elongation is what's causing the issue, which is caused by this. Because if I was to have this as just a square and I got rid of that, no, it still has the curving in it. Actually, that still looks a bit elongated. Why is that? That won't work. Okay. So that's 2.25. You can see here, it's like it's not correct. Give me 2 seconds. God, 0.0 divided by 1.778. Let's hydrate. I want to get this sorted before I finish. I've got the noise in polar coordinates. It'll distort the noise away from the edge of the circle, but that way you can animate the distance. Like, so you got the length, be the distance. No, that's just the length. Now I've already got this happening here. Okay, I'm gonna comment all this out before we start doing this, because I don't think this is gonna... I don't think this will do anything. Then the polar is the A10 of UV, Y, UV, X. Maybe A10 is what I was missing on the other one. Nah, this is just doing the... this will have to be texture. Oops. Solve noise. RGB, that needs to be albedo. Yeah, we don't want that distortion. That's the issue. Because yeah, we definitely don't want to have that distortion. I do think maybe we need this in. But I think we do. What we would have is the A10 of UV, Y, UV, X over tau, D minus time. That's what we had, right? Oh, we don't have D. Oops. Length UV. Then down here, we're doing, what was it? Polar? So in here it's just polar. We want time to be That's kind of it. So it was this A10 line that I was missing. It was this A10 here. Pop that as 1. So what'll happen? Thank you for that one, bot. Thank you for the A10 there. So now what'll happen is as it dissolves, it goes away like that. But what we need, you can see how it gets like distorted there. It also gets faster down there. Kind of makes sense, but this distortion around here see. That looks like an X distortion. What would they be? Or a Y distortion, actually. Yeah. It's like I'm just thinking. Because, like, as it gets into the center, there's no distortion as it gets in the center. But out here is where it starts to get distorted. So I think there's something we'd be able to do in here. Like, maybe... There we are. There we are. Divide tau by the ratio, the screen ratio, and that gives us, like, that helps get rid of that distortion. Like, that's without tau, and that's with it. Oh, that's with the ratio division. That's without it. I wonder what happens if I multiply that. It increases it. Okay. Okay. What if you have the ratio? Multiplied by the inverse of dissolve. What if we just multiply it by dissolve? I think that fixes it. That fixes the scaling altogether. Alright, so to fix the scaling altogether, we divide tau by ratio over dissolve. And then there's no more scaling issues around the edge here. Lovely. Lovely bot. Nice work with the polar coords. It's looking much better. I'm thinking what I might do. I bump this down to 512 again, just so they're more visible. Yeah. So like you can actually see the stuff as it's going. I might make this 0.2 so it's moving faster. Alright. So what it'll be is... So what'll happen is preview that. What'll happen is as it dissolves, it goes out like that. And now what I can do what I need to do is I need to give another parameter to this. And it's going to be uniform bool dissolve in. That's going to be false by default because we're dissolving out. Yeah, it's disappearing. Yeah. And then under here, we want to do we need to invert it, which would be, is that going to be negative 18? No. I mean negative UVs. No. Maybe it's negative length. Yeah, cool. Because then when we're dissolving in and making it like appear, we can have it, we can turn that on and we can have it go like that, and it looks like it's all going in to populate the screen. And then you turn it off, and then yeah, so what we can do is float direction equals 1.0 if you don't have ternary, do you? Dissolve in we'll go length UV, and if dissolve in direction multiply equal -1, we have this as direction. So it's going out, and then when we toggle it on, it's going in. So dissolving out, it all moves out to the edge. Then dissolving in, it all moves in from the edge. Easy. Doom. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Shader, set shader param for dissolve in to be what, 1.0. So it's going to 1.0. So if we're showing the window, dissolve should be 0. continue should be 2 minus from. Dissolve in is true. Const dissolve. Const showing. Actually, let me check set shader parameter. Okay. Tween shader. We'll go value param. There we go. Shader. Set shader parent. Well, here I can just do dissolve as well. I need to worry about binding dissolve here. Tween shader dissolve. There we go. Easy. Easy. Am I Godot only? No. Not Godot only. I've done... Where are we? We did this one in Raylib. It's in Raylib. Raylib and C++ is what we did this game in. We even created a slider. Yeah. We created credits. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, so... if tween is not null, and tween is running, tween kill, why you didn't do it in Unreal then? Because Pixel. I didn't do it in Unreal because I dislike the install size of Unreal. The install size of Unreal Engine is larger than larger than the majority of games I play, and larger than any game I will create. I don't see the need for it to be that. Okay, so what we can do is something like events handler instance. Oops. Progress. This can do... Toggle window, bind. True. Actually, no. We want that to be false. No. We don't want to do that for you. We want to toggle window. And... stop starting soon. I'll return tween. Actually, I don't need to return tween. What am I talking about? Actually, yes, I do. Return null. We can go. Actually, we'll go bool. Queen created. Go. If this, we go tween callback, stop starting soon. There we go. So if on, play, else, stop. Yeah, cool. And now if I want to do anything with the window for other events that come in, like gifts or something, or bits, whatnot, I can use that same toggle window. I've been here in a bit, still on the Bobblehead Shop. We are still doing Bobblehead Shop Morn. We're not doing it today. Today we're doing all overlay work. So we've got this set up where it dissolves out. And then we've got it so it dissolves in. So yeah. I am interested though. Because this here, that's multiplying based on the distance. So the more it shrinks, the less there is displaying. At the pace you're going, you must be close to 1.0 by now. We're in a play test at the moment. The demo is on track for February's Next Fest on Steam. So, yeah, it's all going very nicely. All going very nicely indeed. Hydrate again? Sure thing. Wish lists are going good. They're going good. I could probably do more marketing, but I don't. We need to make games, not sell them. You tell them, Morn. You tell them. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. Because there's less stuff fading out. Like if I get rid of this. Scaling it, which is, yep. I see. That's why they're moving. So this here should be something we multiply by distance. No. No. The dissolve hits 1. Got my object pool system working. Just need to make it more componentized before I break it away as an add-on. Fair. Yeah, I think we probably do like 0.3 multiply that. Tested commands in wrong chat. I thought you were trying to find a command list for my stuff, and I was just thinking to myself, I don't have a command list, so that's not gonna work. So we could do that. Have you multiply by distance, maybe. No, not that. I need to keep it the same distance until we get to the end. Obviously that's going to be incorrect. That looks funky. Leaving, take care, have a good one, Woosa! And we're keeping up with the very latest Godot dev news. Any noise on generics in GD script, or am I wishing too much of this? You're wishing too much. Yeah. Can I just use C# and Godot? True. I got a component system that loses type. I'm not sure interfaces would be enough to fix that. I wish there was a make game button. Yeah, nah. I'm just gonna leave it like that. Maybe 0.4. Um, 1.0 minus distance. We can do dissolve distance. If dissolve in, I'm gonna have to finish up soon for the morning. Dissolve distance equals 0.4 multiply by dissolve distance. So it goes out. If not dissolve in, goes out. I want to kind of flip that a little bit. You know? Have to excuse the typing, my finger's still tingling from the chemo. At least there's no more. At least it's all over. So what I'd like is when it's coming in, I need to like invert one of them. Maybe it's like length. No. Because I want it to be, when it's coming in, I want it to be on the outside coming in and fading in. Rather than that. Might deal with that later. I'll also be hitting some web dev soon, so you may get questions. Go for it, Mike. Go for gold. I'm going to leave that there for now. I'm happy with how that looks for the time being. We can improve on it in the future. Tonight, I think what we'll focus on is the database stuff. I'll see if I can get a Raspberry Pi set up over my now 4-hour break. Get that set up with like a basic API sort of thing, and then we can start storing who's first, second, third each day, or not each day, but like. Yeah, keep a tally of, yeah, you get it. Gotta get my website up and running. Yeah, I should do that at some point too. Should really do that at some point. Anywho, I will be back in 4 hours. What we'll do, we're gonna go see. Oh my god, they're online. Let's see. What's your plans for Raspberry? For the Raspberry Pi? It's gonna have an API that will store things like it's gonna have a database with an API in front of it. We're gonna hit the API from the overlay, and it's going to store credits for the stream. It's going to store how many times someone redeemed first, second, third, and last. It's going to record how many times I say interesting. Yeah, things like that. Why do it on a Pi? Because that way it's off my system. I don't have this PC doing the overlay, the streaming, the gameplay, or the game deving as well as running an API with the database and querying the database and updating the database and all that stuff. I can offload the database stuff onto the Raspberry Pi. Send an API request to the Raspberry Pi. Don't care about the response. It can do it. It can keep track of it. I don't need to do anything. And it also means that if I was to reformat this machine, I still have the database on the Pi. Yeah. You could also dev your bot on the Pi. Dev my bot? What bot? I don't have a bot. We're gonna go say hi to Whitechapel. Good day. Yeah, good dance. Let's see. Have your bot for Twitch and Discord on the Pi. When you do one. Oh, I don't plan on doing bots for that. Like, yeah. I don't have any plans for those bots. At all. Yeah. Alright. I will be back hopefully in 4 hours. Maybe 4.5. Depends on stuff. But it should be 4 hours. Alright? Should be 4 hours. Have a fun time with Chapel, you Gedunts. If you want, wish Chapel a happy Geduntmas. Alright? And I'll see you soon. Alright? Have a good one.